Уважаемые участники, приглашаем вас.
Dear participants, we invite you to take your seats in the hall. The plenary session will start in 3 minutes.
Уважаемые участники 13-го международного
Dear participants of the 13th International Forum, Transport of Russia and Strategic Forum, Association of Digital Transport and Logistics, we are starting our plenary discussion on digital transformation of transport, a dialogue between business and the government.
Модераторы пленарной дискуссии, директор
Moderators of the plenary discussion, Director of Association Digital Transport and Logistics, Anton Zapkov, and Director of the Department for Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Transport of Russia, Dmitry Bakanov. Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your early participation at this event. The third day of this forum was initially conceived as the Digital Day. This is why we are starting this day with this big event, a joint event by the Ministry of Transport and the Association Digital Transport and Logistics. So let's talk a little bit about this association, which was set up this May. This is a functioning association which was established by leaders of the transport industry, such as Russian Railway, Aeroflot, Infotrans, the Center of RTS, and Transport Systems. Right now, Transtelecom, the Post of Russia, Azimut, Eastern Port, RVD, and other companies are going to join our association. We are growing, we are bringing together all modes of transportation on our platform, including real market leaders in digital transformation and corporate systems that believe that this process of digitalization is their key procedure, key process. As part of our association, we established a research council consisting of members of the association. We have project teams working on projects that have already been launched in practice. And we are a serious expert platform. We work with the Port of Hamburg, with the National Association of Logistics Experts, and so on, which is why today we are going to sign an agreement with the Russian University of Transport, with the Russian Car Road Institute, the Digital Economics University, which is why we are having a very vibrant expert community as part of our platform in order to reach the targets set by the country's leader. And we believe that digital transformation must go on. The regulators provide us with a lot of support, represented by the Department of Digital Transformation and its leader, Mr. Bakanov, and I give the floor to him. Thank you very much for this introductory comment, Anton. I welcome all the participants here, and we are having the third day of our forum. And obviously, over the previous 2 days, we have been discussing digitalization and digital transformation a lot. There is no need for incentivizing those discussions. Just a couple of years ago, I had to push people to put these topics on the agenda. Right now, it goes without saying. As we are discussing the export potential of ERA GLONASS and Platon system, the arrival of payment cards for multimodal and interregional transport of people, we keep talking about about digital transformation. Yesterday, as we discussed the future of the Eurasian Economic Union, we also talked about digital transport, which is why it is very important for us to choose the right model and the right areas of this topic. And I'm grateful to Mr. Zamkov because they bring together many market leaders in this industry. And at this platform, we are discussing all the key trends and breakthrough cases. And together with the market, we hope to find new joint solutions. Last week, we had a session within our association where we started discussing the strategy of transport development. And I would like to ask the minister to tell us a few words about this area. Mr. Alexei Semenov, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for allowing me to greet you. We are having the third day of Transport Week, and this has been a very dense week with a lot of events. I would like to congratulate you on this crucial event for the transport sector. And I'm happy to say that we are having this week during the 210th anniversary of the Transport Ministry in Russia. The transport sector of the entire world is probably the biggest consumer of digital solutions. We, as the Russian Federation and the Russian transport industry, given the geographical situation of our country, should not lag behind the global trends when it comes to digital technologies. The market of transport services is around $15 billion, which is the same as the military sector. And this is why our main goal is to have the same level of investment in infrastructure, but improve the quality and safety of transport systems. And today, as we are implementing large national projects, such as safe roads, a comprehensive plan for the development and modernization of infrastructure, we should all understand that without digital technologies, we can't meet our goals. The Ministry of Transport supported a year ago the establishment of an association for digital transport and logistics, which brought together different companies of Russia. It's a very powerful expert community and a professional platform which is of a great assistance to the ministry when it comes to implementing our objectives. I'm not going to take any more of your time. I wish everyone fruitful work at our panel discussion, and I hope that today we are going to work out solutions and identify approaches that would help us implement our transformation in the transport sector. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. During the previous 2 days, I was lucky to see some projects of one of the leaders in the transport market, and I was able to get familiarized with the projects that have already been fulfilled. A strategy for the digital transformation has been introduced, and I'm giving the floor to Yevgeny Charkin from Russian Railways. He will tell us about the implementation of digital technologies in the railway sector. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. At the end of October, the Board of Directors of Russian Railways approved our digital transformation strategy, which is a very important stage for us. This strategy addresses issues such as passenger transportation, cargo transport, logistics hubs, power traction infrastructure management, and production processes. All of those areas are going to be embraced by digital platforms. This program embraces 55 different projects, and we are looking at the implementation of this strategy. And we are already implementing a lot of what has been announced by 2025. Furthermore, digitalization goes hand in hand with long-term development of Russian railways. And in terms of the volumes of financing and results, our work has been really successful. We've been working together on digitalization of our work. And you know that it's very difficult to calculate the effect from digitalization. And the fact that we were able to identify specific KPIs from digital projects is a very serious breakthrough. Talking about specific numbers, our effect was 153 billion rubles. That is the revenue from digitalization until 2025. And the indirect effect for the Russian economy is about 400 billion rubles. But we believe that those numbers are going to be even more ambitious. And I'm sure that this number will keep growing. What else is important? Our plans, our projects and platforms are really interlinked with the national program for digital logistics. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Transport for their great contribution. And I would like to thank the association which has started working. I believe that this association has great prospects and its targets are really good for the development of the industry. And now about the implementation of our programs. I would like to start with the passengers. The full digitization of the passenger journey, starting from the trip planning and finishing with the conclusion of this trip and multimodal services. We have a few key areas here. We have a platform which is called passenger mobility or innovative mobility. It is already functioning, and this year we are launching a new client website as part of the general corporate website. Our next area is a dedicated portal for long-term, for long journeys. And thousands of people are already using this platform, and I'm sure that it will become even more popular next year. Cargo transport. There are a few key areas here. There is a digital trade platform which was launched, and next year we are going to develop it and expand its functions. This platform will be expanded and we'll start working with our foreign partners. We are also launching a very interesting pilot project involving smart contracts with the blockchain technology. And Russian railways, our operators and ports will work together as part of these smart contracts. And we are expecting government support with respect to regulations on how to use those smart contracts. And I would like to point out this huge work that we are implementing with regard to electronic document management. There are digital documents that bring together all the market participants, including the customs service. Talking about the transport and logistic hub platform, we are going to start using robots when controlling railway operations. People will be replaced with robots. And we are already implementing a number of very interesting pilot projects in Kaliningrad. And next year, we are going to introduce a global platform working along these lines. There's another area which is very important for us, the linear infrastructure pilot management program. It's a platform powered by digital technologies as well. We're going to use the Internet of Things in order to test various equipment without the involvement of humans. The second area is biotechnologies. This year we started implementing the BEAM platform, and at the same time we are working with various technical aspects of beam. Along with that, machine learning technologies are being implemented. We are switching to predictive models and predictive maintenance, which is key for us in terms of its impact and the smooth flowing of our business. Our strategy also includes the establishment of a digital platform for e-commerce logistics operators. We understand very well that this segment is going to be really vibrant very soon. Let's take the example of China. They have Chinese railways and they have a subsidiary serviced by the Alibaba platform. And we understand very well that we have similar opportunities. Next year, we are going to take a very close approach to designing this platform. We are going to start partnerships and alliances to this effect. As part of our strategy, we are bearing in mind our back office processes, including end-to-end technologies and our human resources are very important here, as well as import substitution. And import substitution will allow us to fulfill the promises we gave to the country's leadership. But of course, it's a challenge as well, because there are different systems, such as the SAP system, which we have been using for decades. So our key task here is to find effective market participants. We are going to find out what the market is ready to offer to us. Because we don't want to just substitute existing technologies in which we invested money. We want to have a solution which will make us even more competitive within the next 3 or 5 years.
So this is the key challenge for us and for the market as a whole. Here we are counting on serious assistance from the government so that there is a response to our need. Management of transportation process. The key focus in this area is moving away from accounting and reporting systems that we have right now, and we have a lot of them, and moving forward to a management system. The technologies that we are creating right now within the framework of this platform may have a serious export potential along with other technologies that we're starting to promote for the external market. As far as rolling stock, we've started a project called Technical Vision. We have about 10 locomotives equipped with these technologies. With this technology, the technology has been developed by the Russian railways and cognitive technologies. So we see that we can increase the capacity by 15 to 20% for us and our customers. The more cargoes we transport, the more value our customers get from working with the Russian railways. we've started with a project called Speed Freight Train. So its speed can be increased by 10%, which is a very important task for us. This is it in a nutshell as far as our digital strategy. What I would like to point out is that technologies is the final stage of digitalization, and the focus is very important. We have two more focuses. The first one is processes. So we're paying close attention to processes, and we need to review the existing business processes, but we also need to review our corporate culture. We have over 1 million people in the holding company and over 700,000 people in the Russian railways. So we have developed a very serious program for agents of change. We work a lot on developing motivational programs and training programs. So changing our corporate culture is an important thing for us. To fully implement this strategy, we need 2,500 more developers. So there's a serious need and more human resources, and we will work together with educational institutions to resolve this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eugen. I fully agree with you. I wanted to ask a question, but you already answered it. People come first and processes come next. It will not be easy to make so many changes, and people are what we will have to pay attention to first. Well, moving from the land to air, the floor is yours. Vitaly Gennadievich, what issues do you have on your agenda? I would like to thank the organizers and the minister, Dietrich Yevgeny Ivanovich, for this opportunity to share our opinion. Well, of course, you know a lot about Aeroflot. I would like to remind you about what we've done, and we've done a lot. Believe me. The first slide gives you an overview of the market. So the average growth of the market is about 7%, in Europe 5.2%, and this year it will be about 10%. So the Russian market is growing faster than the market of the other countries. This is an interesting graph. I will make a few comments on it. 1999, I joined the company with a few guys, and there was no digitalization at all. I mean, there were electronic tickets, but that was about it. So the numbers that you have, an average indicator, 1,000 employees per 1 million passengers. If we extrapolate this indicator for today, the company should have about 40,000 employees, and we have 24,000 employees. In 1999, the company transported 8.6 million people, and the number of employees was 14.7 thousand people. So this is what digitalization means for the current stage. Here you can see the key advantages of Aeroflot. We have the youngest fleet in the world, and it's not just our whim. You know that the average lifespan of an aircraft should be not too long. so you can see the unlucky incidents with 737 MAX and the Superjet, but a lot of bets are placed on digitalization. The average speed of the Subsan train is 250 kilometers per hour. Spain, Germany, Japan, China, they have trains moving at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. And there have been trials where trains move at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. So the speed of trains is getting closer to that of planes. So right now we're speaking about hydrogen engines, and there are trial samples. Some planes can be printed using 3D printers. They printed a plane and it flew 4,000 kilometers. Boeing is printing parts for their planes, including those made of titanium. So digitalization is inevitable. You know our group of companies very well. Pobeda is a very successful project. We invested $50 million into it. This year, in December, we're going to celebrate the anniversary of Pobeda, and it already costs $800 million, and it is a market estimate. We have key indicators of the group of companies. The board of the board approved them, and so did the president. We want to transport 100 million passengers in 2023. So we will not be able to resolve these issues without digitalization. We want to use MS-21, so the Sukhoi Superjet, our domestic planes, so we need to move in the foreground of digitalization. Well, you can get more familiar with these slides at your leisure. I sort of combined them. So here you can see the systems that we use. SAP, 12%, accounting and HR, just to make accounting reports in the IFRS. Well, you can see many color-coded sectors. There were about 176 solutions, digital solutions, that didn't even fit together. So we moved to industrial platforms. Those are imported platforms right now, but they gave us an opportunity to move forward pretty fast. SAP, we've introduced about 19 modules. We got a special award for the depth of SAP introduction. Lufthansa and the Sabre system. It's not only a booking system, but it's an operational system. It's a system for operations management. I would like to say a few words about big data, the Internet of Things. It's been operational for a few years now. All of the aircraft, including our own, whenever there is a serious deviation, they report their problems to the towers on land, and you can see how it works. We can increase the turnover of aircraft by 10%, So the more we use our fleet, the more money we get from it, and we decrease the standby time by 10%. So we got a very serious effect. We're in the top 5 most punctual airlines of the world, and we're number 1 in Europe in terms of punctuality. Um, the ANAS system, this is how we order spare parts. We have a tablet for flight attendants. Very often you can see that especially in business class, you can order food and drinks using a tablet. We've created a few tablets, one for pilots, one for managers. I have a tablet. I open it and I see everything that has taken place since yesterday and everything that's taken place for the past 5 years. And we have different access levels. We analyze about 600 indicators. It's a domestic development. Karachinsky NPO helped us. Of course, we have commercial information there, but it is very impressive. Development of online services. I can speak at length about it. One third, 220 billion rubles we get from sales on the website and with gadgets. We closed our offices in Piccadilly, in Paris. It was very expensive for us. So we're getting more and more into online sales, and it allows us to be competitive. One third of tickets is sold through gadgets in electronic format. In the right graph, you can see the direct distribution system. We got a special award for it. CNews gave us recognition. They made a deeper level, NDC, a deeper development. We're going to get a higher rating for NDC. We want to be the most digital airline in the world. Tax monitoring, we're one of the few, and it was Mishustin Mikhail Andreevich's initiative. He's very advanced in terms of digitalization. The documents we provide to tax services have decreased by 8 times. They see us through. They have access to all of the documents. We're fully transparent. So this tax monitoring was presented to our Prime Minister, Dmitry Anatolyevich Medvedev. It allows us to simplify the operations of the company, and it really works. It is a real operational model. Big data, what does it give us? We have about 12 engines here. The number of them is going to reach 16. We want to find out what the passengers' habits are, what the system's correlations are, unstructured data. They developed algorithms for us. We hired IBM for it. They were market leaders in this area at that time. So we got an effect of 3.5 billion rubles. As far as machine learning, AI, last year and this year, we're moving in this direction. Well, a machine does many things better than a human being. It can learn itself, and it can develop algorithms that we did in a semi manual, semi automatic mode. So we can forecast for the future, what the load is gonna be, how many passengers will transport. Sometimes they ask me, why why is airfare price different depending on the time of the year? Well, there are many competitors. We have foreign airlines that transport our citizens, 42% of them. Okay, 200 grams of meat. You have a Big Mac in McDonald's and you buy beef at an expensive restaurant. The price is different. So if we remove big data, then we will go back to 2009. We will have to discontinue about 1/3 of flights. Some of the flights that are not profitable allow us to make up for those flights that are profitable, strangely enough. We are number 4 in terms of digitalization, according to the estimate of Bain and Company. There are many indicators influencing this rating, but still we are at this position. There is no future without digitalization. Whoever doesn't do digitalization right now, who does, they will lose competition, because this is where the world is going. Technologies are going to change. If you listen to well-known futurologists, within the next 5 to 10 years, the system will change drastically. So we are a member of the Digital Association, Yandex, Sberbank. They've set up their own group for AI, and we welcome this. And we want to reach the maximum level possible in terms of digitalization and develop the most effective solutions in the area of digitalization and get as many services as possible with as low price as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And just one question. I believe that Aeroflot is developing very rapidly. There are new services, new aircraft, and next year Aeroflot will have a new wide-body fleet, new wide-body aircraft in its fleet. So what's going to happen with landing? Because even with A319 and A320, there are queues of passengers waiting to get on board the plane. So are there any biometric solutions which are already used all over the world? Thank you very much, and you are quite right to ask this question. I'm a member of the board of directors of IATA. We are going to get together in Geneva in December and discuss the global challenges. And many airlines are represented there. What Sheremetyevo is doing today is a great thing. We are talking about person identification, face identification, and our task is to make sure that when a person arrives at the airport and goes to the terminal and boards the plane, there should be no longer than 15 minutes. That's the global trend. And IATA gives us this target because the faster passengers get on board the plane, the faster the plane departs. There are some contradictory aspects here. Some companies want you to go to duty-free shops and so on, but we still need to resolve those issues. It can't be otherwise. I've been at the Hong Kong airport, and with the Russian international passport, I could see that there was no queue. I had hand luggage, there are cameras everywhere. I believe that if somebody violates something, there will be people who will intervene. But you are free to go, there are free flows. And in Sheremetyevo, you can also hand in your luggage and go towards the airplane. So it is key in terms of logistics. We need to do that. Thank you very much for those digital solutions that make Aeroflot more efficient. Anton has raised the discussion from land to the sky, but as an official, I will take a more down-to-earth approach, and I will discuss the following platform solutions which were introduced at the Russian Railways presentation. How are those solutions going to be connected with each other? And I would ask this question to Victor. Thank you, Dmitry. Hello, dear discussion participants. Before we start talking about the digital platform of the transport sector, I would say that the company Защита Infotrans or Infotrans Protection participates in all the areas of digital infrastructure. This involves the control of the data, government services, and we also have a digital platform of the transport sector, which is really key. And what does our organization do along these lines? I will start with the infrastructure. A lot has been said about autonomous road transport and smart infrastructure. But can we jeopardize the safety and sustainability of infrastructure? It should not be dependent on the ordinary telecommunication environment. I don't think that smart unmanned vehicles should be connected to the general telecommunications networks. I believe that such applications should have their own network for broadband Wi-Fi access. We have already started some sections of this network. We will design this network next year, and we will have such networks along A181 and M11 routes. As for railways, it's also a wireless broadband network along the Moscow railways. But these are only pilot projects, and we need a full-fledged broadband Wi-Fi access network with its own operator, with its own frequency, with its own broadband range. And we suggest establishing such a network as part of the digital economy program. And we are working with the various development institutions, but we need support from the government to protect this project. So I would ask the Ministry of Transport to provide us with help. The next area in which we are involved is big data in the transport sector. And this is where this whole story of big data in the transport sector starts. It's very important to ensure transport safety and security. We are collecting data about passengers on a real-time basis. And we have various backup systems. We have systems for selling tickets, for passenger registration, and so on. Today, it's about 8 billion records from 8,000 transport companies in 139 countries of the world. We are also gathering data on transport infrastructure and transport vehicles. We are also going to get more data regarding cargoes, and we will use this data in order to create a national transport model. Models of such a scale require quality data, which means that data should be full, reliable, and timely. This data should be received from the direct sources of this data without any intermediaries. And there are some systems such as Platon, Era GLONASS, and other platforms that collect this data. There are ever more such systems every year. Their number is increasing. And in order to work with this amount of data from so many sources, we need to bring all this data to order in the transport sector. It means that we should have our own industry model of data. We should have a system with master data, and all of this should be regulated. And I'm addressing the Ministry of Transport. There should be a regulation of treating this data. There is a national project for managing data, but all the data sources are located in specific industries. And in terms of the volume of data and the number of sources, the transport sector is ahead of all the other sectors here, of course, which is why we started working on our own system. We need data involving the transport system in particular, and this is the first step towards creating a digital platform of the transport sector. All those platforms contain a huge amount of data, but they also need to interact with each other. For example, the cargo transport platform, the passenger platform, smart infrastructure, Platon, unmanned vehicles, all the platforms which collect data about geopositioning, mapping, transport networks, all those platforms can and must interact with each other along the same standards. So we need one single mechanism of trusted data exchange, safe data exchange, which would be part of this trusted data environment in the transport sector. And we are creating just this platform, which will be called the Industry Bus for Trusted Partnership. This platform will boost the development of applications. And actually, this is going to be a kind of government app store which will have government services such as the 2022 Super Service. As a result, all cargo and passenger transportation will become multimodal and paperless. Businesses will be able to exchange data during the transportation process. And legally important data required by the government and the original copies of transport documents should go to a single transport system owned by the government. And government authorities will have access to these documents via our platform. As a result, paper will be removed from the transport process. At the first stage, we will provide services for multimodal freight transport. I'm talking about various supporting documents, such as permissions for the transportation of hazardous cargoes, the digital documents confirming the crossing of the borders, and so on. After we integrate this digital platform for the transport sector, we will be able to create a single, trusted digital environment which will enable us to exchange data on a real-time basis, and this data will be verified and relevant. This will be data about the condition of the cargoes, about passengers. And after Russia has created such a single transport and logistics environment, it will be able to provide better and more transparent services along transport corridors and logistics hubs, and it will transform its transport networks from a simple transit pipe to a single global distribution mega hub based on the digital platform of the Russian transport system. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. The sheer scale of objectives you have mentioned is huge. Just one question: how do we speed up those initiatives? I've already said that we need support from the Ministry of Transport, and secondly, no single company can design those standards single-handedly. An association of companies should play a huge role here. We need to develop those standards together. Data exchange standards, the industry data model, and the Ministry of Transport should approve this model. And we should use all this data together. And this is how this Ministry of Transport-based Play Tunes and iTunes will appear. So the ministry will have to validate this process and approve it. So I believe that we set up a dedicated working group, and I invite all the market players to join our platform. What do you think about that? I fully support this idea, and I'm looking forward to creating the special groups that will work on that. And I suggest that you lead this group. Thank you very much. I fully approve this. Thank you. I would like to point out that we have a special area of cooperation with Yandex Taxi, who are leaders in the digitalization of cars. So what are the promising projects that you are working on at the moment? Are you ready to get connected to the single platform of the transport complex? And what do you do at Yandex? Hello, everyone. Traditionally, there have been many projects in Yandex. And right now, we are considering our electronic or digital waybills and digital contracts. And we are ready to scale up those projects. On the whole, we have a slightly different story. Initially, Yandex is a digital company. It has many online businesses, As for Yandex taxis, we have a lot of partners in different cities, but most of our employees are developers, which is why we first work with the digit and then we try to bring it into the real world. If we look at the Moscow market, over the past 7 years, the share of car transport grew tenfold in Moscow, and this works in many other industries. And there is a coincidence because today is also the day of the tax service employees, so we congratulate them on this. We have a lot of self-employed drivers. There are 7,000 self-employed taxi drivers working with our company, Yandex, and several hundreds of millions of taxes have been paid from this service. We also have an online cash register. This means that all of our taxi services are done with just one button. It's enough to push one button, and all the documents will be published automatically, will be issued automatically. We work with the big data. On the whole, digitalization is first of all about data for us. This is the data we get and the data we issue. Many of you are using the Yandex Transport application, and recently with this application you can now track buses. You know when the next bus will arrive, and this works for more than 80 cities of Russia. As for digital waybills, 9,000 such documents have been issued as part of pilot projects in several cities of Russia. And my favorite project is the monitoring of drivers' attention on public transport. We launched several pilot projects in some Russian cities and it's interesting because the processes are somewhat different.
This is how it works. Many of you might have seen this already. There is a camera at the Mintrans stand. You can come up to it and play this game, Tire Driver. You can see how it all works in reality. But there are even simpler solutions. At the beginning of this year, we decided to resolve the issue of exceeding the speed limit along with other government agencies. There are cameras, there are road signs, there are many things, but when we automatically track the drivers, when we started to tell the drivers that they exceed the speed limit, when we started to block the system after there were too many instances of exceeding the speed limit. It took us only a few days and a few engineers to do it. Then it didn't work out the first time, but we achieved the result. Before this school year, we came to the idea that there are signs, watch out for children. And we introduced them into Yandex Navigator and Yandex Taxometer. So they start to reduce their speed when they approach these signs. Dangerous turn, dangerous crossing. So it's pretty easy to warn them ahead of time. So come to us with your initiatives. We will build them into our services. It's just the beginning. We can do a lot. So here we tried to draft a few examples. Today, we can check driver's licenses of our drivers. We ask them to take pictures of them, and then we check whether it's an existing driver's license or not. But if the driver got his license removed, then we may not know about it because we don't know, we don't have access to these data. There are drivers who violate traffic rules on a regular basis. So we can use it as an indicator for providing access to the system. If we know that the driver made a turn through the continuous lane, well, then he will lose the opportunity of getting orders. So it's here we interact with with different businesses. So let's start to look for these points of interaction. Daniil, thank you very much. There was information in your presentation that we need to enter data about changes in the traffic situation, roadworks and such. The Ministry of Transportation is starting to work on the federal information system about the situation on the roads. So we will start to collect information on this. So I would like to call upon you to have a discussion so that we bring it all together and so that you can use legally significant data with regard to changes on the roads. Thank you for this comment. We are ready to participate. Now I suggest we move from personal transport back to logistics. All of us know that points of growth that we have 1/4 of the world economy in the West and 1/3 of the world economy in the East. So we need to have seamless logistics in between. And we need to introduce digital services to make logistics seamless and digital. So here we have a few interesting developments. I would like to give the floor to Igor Kasherin, Glasov Company, digital checkpoints through the state border. What projects are being implemented? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and this opportunity to speak. Dear colleagues, we decided to show a little video instead of making a presentation. A few years ago, the Ministry of Transportation ordered a conception for automobile digital checkpoints, and the weak points at border crossings were revealed, those queues that spring up related to infrastructure issues. So we started to model our work in accordance with it. We started to use digital technologies to expedite trans-border exchange of goods. This year, we've moved even further. Currently, we work on creating 2 pilot checkpoints. This November, they concluded a contract with our company, and next year, we're planning to launch 2 automatic checkpoints, one in Buryatia and Keha and one in Mapselavyevska, the Baikal region. What goals do we set for ourselves for creating these pilot checkpoints? And they are going to be replicated if they prove to be successful. What does it look like? It's a complex of information technologies, including automatic recognition of license plate numbers, automatic weigh-in, control of weight and dimensions, automation of administrative procedures, creating a single digital environment for all sorts of customs procedures, integration and information exchange with all of the ministries and government agencies, Ministry of Transportation, Rostrans, the Federal Security Service, Federal Customs Service, Federal Agricultural Supervision Service, and Federal Consumer Supervision Service. It will allow us to increase the throughput manifold, and it will be possible to integrate this digital environment with an electronic digital sign, which is being tested right now, and it has proven to be functional and successful. It will allow us to break away from paper document flow, and we will be able to transfer everything into digital format. Right now, we are putting the system together. Next year, we will move on to construction and putting it into service. Right now, we're planning to transfer all of the data through the system of electronic interaction. If this experience is acknowledged as successful, we will ask the Ministry of Transportation for assistance so that we integrate with the corresponding federal government agencies, the Federal Security Service, on the issues of providing comprehensive information about transportation for carrying products and cargoes and exchanging statistics on the goods that cross the Russian border. This is it in a nutshell. Thank you. Thank you very much, Igor. It is a highly interesting project, cross-institutional project. You didn't mention all of the government agencies participating in it. So this is where the Ministry of Transportation and the Federal Customs Service are coming together. There is more and more news springing up. We have Sergei Milonovich here, Customs Control, First Deputy of the Head of Federal Customs Service. So what digital projects do you have? What do you do in this regard? Thank you. Thank you, Anton. The project that Igor spoke about presents a lot of interest for us. Federal Customs Service does a lot to digitalize all of its technologies, and all of the operations, all of the transactions have been digitalized, starting from providing preliminary data all the way to what cargo should arrive to the checkpoint, customs declaration and customs clearance, or the completion of the transit procedure. All of the technologies are already operational, and we have good results in this area. As far as the checkpoints, we're working actively on creating a pilot checkpoint system. And all of the elements that Pavel spoke about are very important. Receiving data and using these data in automatic mode. Cross-institutional interactions very important, because as we know, when the cargo crosses the border, it goes through a number of ways of control: customs, veterinary, agricultural, and so forth. So we need to have a single window, and we need to make these processes automatic. I think that the Federal Customs Service has achieved a lot of success in this regard. We have a seaport, which is a single window, so all of the transactions can be completed there. Speaking about transit, what happens after the cargo crosses the border, then currently 99.5% of the declarations are administered in electronic form. The cargo operator can submit this declaration, attach scanned documents, and send them to customs authorities. It allows us to use the risk management system in a more subtle way and more precisely. An important component for transit of goods is the next stage of transit, using navigation seals, navigation signs, and this work is being actively performed, but we need to have legislation in place for using these navigation seals. In my opinion, it will allow the controlling agencies to be more effective in their transactions, to make it less burdensome for businesses, and it will be easier to do logistics, to supervise the drivers, and to track the cargoes. When the cargo has arrived at the checkpoint and at the customs post, and when the declaration is submitted and then it is cleared, we also introduce digital technologies there. 40% of the customs declarations are released not only in electronic format, but without direct participation of an authorized person. So it's fully electronic. So we are ready to interact with the Ministry of Transportation and with the interested companies in advancing these technologies even further. We are ready to participate in these projects. Thank you very much, Sergey. What I just recalled is that Last year, we spoke about digital transformation and infrastructure, and a lot was said about checkpoints. It's good that this process is going forward. Sergei Vasilievich spoke about an electronic seal. So the draft law of the government has not been released yet, but Belarus and Kazakhstan have approached its practical application. So, well, we are not really behind them, but we will have to make this project even more complicated and spread it into other countries, not just our territory. Well, speaking about the speed of decision making, I suggest we change the direction of our discussion and move on to the most to the branch of transport that has the highest capacity, passenger transport. We have Alexander Savetnikov, who's working through many solutions here. Alexander, over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Well, it would be great if they gave me the remote. Thank you. I'm going to expand on another means of cross-regional transport. We spoke about the Russian railways, we spoke about aviation, but about 150 million passengers are transported across our regions by buses, by cross-regional buses. I will not start with digitalization straight away. I will go back a little bit. I will tell you about the roots of our industry. The foundation was laid back in the 90s, and it was not regulated per se, and we don't see it growing, this industry. It is in the stage of stagnation. And there is a very remarkable indicator. Bus is a much more dangerous means of transport than a plane or a train. So the probability of having an accident is much higher if you travel by bus. What do we need to do to make it safer and to bring it all in order, so to speak? When we speak about automation and digitalization, we don't only speak about safety, whether digitalization can contribute to safety, but at the same time it should serve the operator and the consumer and the terminal. For operators, we understand that it means revenue, the speed of turnover of the vehicle, and increasing its effectiveness.
The speed of passenger processing and additional services. For the passenger, it's of course the same applications for ticket buying, boarding via an electronic ticket, and furthermore there is the same request from passengers. That is, passengers need a certain service to check whether their tickets are valid or not, whether passengers have bought those tickets from a legal or from an illegal source. Just think about it. 50% of the market in interregional transport is the so-called gray market. Why is it like that? Because illegal transport companies use digital technologies. There are aggregators which buy not only official tickets but also fake contract tickets, And there are social networks, there are dispatchers and operators who know drivers. And what does this lead to? 50% of the revenue bypasses official transport companies and bus stations. So we can't talk about this fleet development. Illegal companies save money on VAT, on medical checks, equipment checks, and other services. So those illegal transport companies use dumping. The Ministry of Transport is working to counter this phenomenon, and the Minister of Transport, Mr. Dietrich, asked to launch a pilot project which was carried out this May and June. This is a pilot project to counter this issue. This regards control of international transport. The pilot project was carried out in 4 districts of Russia, and it showed the efficiency of automation of fighting with illegal transport companies. And we are not talking about installing any specific equipment on existing buses. This system is using the infrastructure that is already existing on roads and systems already existing at the Ministry of Transport. The pilot project involved systems from Platon, and this system proved to be efficient. Thanks to that system, we were able to identify illegal transport companies that do regular transportation. We were able to identify various passenger car services which are also illegal. And as a result, when we talk about using digitalization to improve security, we create a platform that sets up a single standard for the entire market. And as a result, the profits of transport companies go up, as well as those of bus stations. Quality of services becomes better for passengers. Passengers get e-tickets, a mobile app. They can get on board without printing a ticket. The transport company can collect passengers at bus stops, which is very important and convenient for passengers. Passengers do not need to drive 10 kilometers to get to a bus station. And there is a single digital footprint, thanks to which you can see the entire picture in the industry. Thank you very much. One of the most debatable topics is autonomous vehicles. Can autonomous vehicles drive the ordinary roads together with the normal human drivers? And what should we do with the legal framework involving autonomous vehicles or driverless vehicles? Businesses really request pilotless vehicles or autonomous vehicles, but the government has a number of questions involving threats. First of all, these are safety threats to aircraft, to the land infrastructure. Recently, there has been a case in Saudi Arabia, and we have an association which discusses a private issue, but it is a very important issue regarding the use of drones in the Arctic region. And together we are going to have a special session on drones in the Arctic region. We also have a Deputy CEO of CRTS. Can you say a few words on this topic, please? Thank you for your question. The problem of integration of pilotless vehicles in the common space is a significant challenge. This is due to the fact that autonomous vehicles can't always comply with all the procedures for piloted vehicles. But we have one single sky for everyone. Of course, passenger safety is a priority for us. The safety of piloted vehicles is a priority for us. And there are several key approaches when it comes to the common use of aerial space. Our colleagues from ICAO and many other organizations have conducted a few tests, and according to them, we should establish a single information system to use pilotless vehicles. This system is also part of other government systems, but it can be broadly applied. It interacts broadly by using different information exchange technologies. It uses information regarding the situation in the air, and it involves the possibility of joint use of the aerial space. This system has also other functions, so we have already started designing this system, and we are going to discuss issues of using drones in the Arctic region. Of course, the Arctic region has another specificity, and we can also implement common use of piloted and pilotless vehicles in the aerial space thanks to such platform solutions. And as a result, remote operators will have access to more information in order to ensure safety. This information can be provided to a broad range of remote drone operators in order to meet their business goals. And there will be a number of other services focusing on pilotless vehicles or autonomous aerial vehicles. Logistics are also very interesting here, because these systems will actually fulfill all our needs. Thank you. Thank you, Anton. With your permission, I would like to go back to Alexander Savetnikov's presentation. One of our participants would like to ask a question. It's not a question, but a comment. It's a very interesting topic, the transfer of passenger data between bus services. We have 6,500 bus transport companies, interregional companies. And we know that 30% of those companies are in the gray zone. This is what Alexander mentioned. So if we have such a system that you mentioned, we are all for supporting this system and participating in this project. And then this 30% will either disappear or switch to the white area. And secondly, we don't get any data about transport companies that pick up passengers on their way. And this is the most dangerous segment. And we need to look at the transfer of data for those passengers who are picked up on the way. Thank you very much. There has been just one case. We saw this case at our pilot project. There is a transport company, I think it's still active. It had a bus from Chernobyl to Moscow. It's an official transport company, but they also sell tickets for Yaroslavl. All seemed to be good. The passenger was sure that there is such a transport company, but it turned out that this transport company didn't have the right to stop at Yaroslavl because they had a direct route from Chernobyl to Moscow. And they picked up a passenger at the commercial center. So, of course, no one talked about data transfer. Thank you, Alexander. Today, during our discussion, we discussed all the aspects of transport and logistics activities. We discussed the aviation sector, the railway sector, border passes, and there's another segment which we haven't covered yet. That's logistics in water transport, river and sea water transport. And we have Alexander Zansurins. So please tell us about your initiatives in digitalizing this sector. Thank you very much, Anton. Good morning, dear colleagues. If you allow me, I will give you some specific examples which will support some of my points. It so happened that the topics I have prepared have already been mentioned, so I don't want to repeat what has been mentioned. But when it comes to digital and non-digital companies, we have this divide right now. And at the beginning of the previous century, the 20th century, there were companies that used electricity and companies that didn't use electricity. And after a while, companies that didn't use electricity disappeared because they couldn't participate in this competition. So right now, those companies who are not involved in digital transformation will not be able to withstand this competition. And the example given by Alexander is very indicative. Traditional transport companies with inconvenient interfaces just lose their passengers. What are the trends of the digital sector? That's the openness of the market, its high speed, and its ongoing improvement as a consequence. The first criterion, the speed of operations. Just 2 weeks ago, there was a sale on very big internet platforms, Alibaba and JD.com. $60 billion of products were sold within 1 day, all those platforms. And $60 billion is the annual revenue of 2 largest companies present here. And there was a record of delivery speed, 7 minutes and 20 minutes. 20 minutes is a confirmed record. It was only possible with the technology for predicting demand. Once demand was predicted, the goods were delivered within 20 minutes. Market openness. The Internet's success is about its openness and complete decentralization and the lack of any significant regulation. One example involving 3D printers. 3D printing technology has been existing for 30 years. The first patent was issued 30 years ago. After that, the number of 3D printing projects grew by hundreds of thousands of times. We need this market to be open. And I agree with the Ministry of Transport. We need to establish standards and not regulatory norms. As for ongoing improvement, there are technology centers who have the principle of thinking back, starting small, and scaling fast. We need to start small and scale it up. Sometimes we omit the stage of starting small, and we try to start in with big things immediately. One good example here is Russian Railways and the Federal Customs Service, and I would like to thank them once again because we chose just one small section, that is, containers going to Russia. With the beginning of their free circulation, not in the port, but in special transit points. So we chose just one section, one cargo destination, to reduce document turnover from 4 days to 6 hours. And I think this specific example is something that we need to scale up together with our Federal Customs Service. And we are trying to develop a similar route via different ports, the ports of the Russian Far East. And we want to expand this project to transit and international containers going via Russia. The second project, when we talk about openness and new technologies, it's the legally valid document processing. Right now, there is no legal framework for using distributed ledger technologies. In order to have 90% of such documents as legally valid documents, we need to use 5 or 6 certifying centers to ensure the necessary coverage of our clients.
So I think that we should move in this direction and legalize the blockchain technology or similar technologies, so that we get rid of these registration centers of continuously providing them with documents. Through the Northwest, we want to use the blockchain technology for moving these containers. We suggest you use us for testing this blockchain technology through the Far East. I think that it will expedite the process of integration of the distributed registers, of distributed registers integration into our industry. Another thing that I liked very much, I think that it reflects the difference in adopting new technologies. There is a well-known proverb, measure twice, cut once. And in Russia, we say, measure 7 times and cut once. Done is better than perfect is another common saying. So here you can see what tasks the Ministry of Transport has so that it becomes a platform for fast introduction and adoption of new technologies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander. We've given the floor to all of the speakers. Well, Anton, before we go over to the Q&A session, let's give the floor to Victor. He has so many questions. The Trendland platform, we've looked into this subject. Well, it's odd that the Ministry of Transportation is promoting somebody else's platform. We need our own platform. It is electronic document flow. Well, they added blockchain to it, but this is it, and we have an opportunity to create similar platforms. So it's hard to understand why we use other platforms? Well, it's not a question. It's like your vision of life. Dear colleagues, we have time for 2 or 3 questions. Please raise your hands. They will give you the microphone. Over to you. 1, 2, 3. Well, I would like to make a short comment, about 30 seconds long. I'm the president of the Russian Transport University. Mikhail Igorevich said that during digital transformation, one of the key issues is HR. The system of transport education is the main supplier of HR for transportation companies. And it seems to me that digitalization at such universities, at these universities, is very important. What I can tell you is that transport institutes, transports, universities are not digital territory yet. We really need to meet these challenges. Right now we're developing a concept of development, how we structure our work so that transport universities become the territory of, they become the digital territory. Well, not developers. I'm not speaking about developers. I'm speaking about HR who is competent with regard to digital technologies. I think that we should think about it. Alexander Alexeyevich, thank you very much. Anton, let's hook them up to our discussion. Well, HR is a crucial aspect. I'm the head of the company that works in transport telematics, and there's no such profession. I mean, we have either people from telecom or from IT. So we really need to place made-to-measure orders for such professionals, and we need to involve the government here. They will have to provide finance. Yeah, it's a crucial thing. Any other questions, please? Good afternoon, the magazine World of Roads. Can you please introduce yourself? Korotkova Yulia, the World of Roads magazine. Cross-culture, cross-institutional interaction. How important will data protection be? What can you tell us about it? How important will data protection be when you do this work? Well, we collect data about all passengers, and we work with personal information. The legislation is very strict on the one hand, but on the other hand, it is aligned with the European conventions. And all of the systems that contain personal data should be appraised and should be checked as to how aligned they are with the legislation. So you can rest assured personal data are well protected. As far as other systems, well, I cannot tell you much about it, but they should meet these requirements in any event. Any further questions, dear colleagues? Anton Sergeyevich, then I suggest you conclude. Okay, let's go over to concluding our session. Malogian Gennadievich, president of the Institute of the Problems of Transport, the Russian Academy of Sciences. Digitalization that we have in the country right now are the developments that they're being done in the system of the Russian Academy of Sciences. So I would like to address the speakers and the audience. Please don't forget about us. Please don't forget about the Institute of the Problems of Transport and other institutes of the Russian Academy of Sciences that have fundamental developments in the area of transport. Well, it proves this idea that digital transformation and digitalization is such a market challenge that everyone has encountered, cargo operators, logistics companies, and such, especially those companies that are part of the international logistics, international supply chains. So there's a whole gamut of issues, and you should work on your corporate productivity. You should be able to listen to one another. You should be able to influence the government, the regulators, the decisions that are made. It is very important. I would like to repeat myself. It is not a closed club. We're an open platform. We bring together many different institutions, so I would like to call on everyone to join in. We're open. Let's go back to the beginning. The subject is the dialogue between the government and businesses. Alexander, what does the government want from businesses in the area of digital transformation? Thank you very much, Anton. I would like to draw the conclusions for our discussion. Thank you very much for finding time to participate. The presentations were very precise and clear, describing the trends that we have today. Alexandra's phrase really was really memorable. Without digitalization, you will not be competitive. And it is true. Digitalization is not a goal in itself. It is a tool for survival. It is a tool for taking leading market positions. In order to be as competitive as possible with digitalization, we need to consolidate our positions on the part of the government and on the part of businesses. Evgeny Ivanovich Dietrich spoke about it at the session of our association. Right now we're giving it an additional impetus. And coming back to Anton Sergeyevich's question, in order to get additional competitive advantages and in order to make digitalization effective, what we expect from the business community is the consolidated position of the market as to where it intends to go, so that we, as a regulator, can prepare the ground as well as we can so that it allows digitalization to take place. Secondly, my colleagues from the Federal Customs Service will not allow me to lie to you. It is a very large-scale process, and when we break away from those who we do it for, if we go into much bureaucracy, then it's not working all too well. So we need to change. We should be flexible. And thirdly, it is important to provide a platform. So we see that there are different interested parties, and there are different factions. So we need to consolidate our positions, we need to provide expertise, and we need to provide a single platform for achieving results, achieving our goals. Okay, well, my question for you, what do you expect from the government in this area? What assistance do you need? Well, it's not only about assistance. As businesses, we want to minimize our costs, of course. So we want to have understanding as to what changes there will be in the government's policy. So we are trying to plan long term. And if there is a decision that is unexpected, it can ruin our goals. And another thing, the program Digital Economy is well and good, but it doesn't really go into different branches. So we should respond to the needs of separate branches. And we called on the ministry to provide us with assistance. So this is it in a nutshell. We've exceeded our time, so let me conclude at this, and let's have a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you all. Thank you, the moderators. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. So it is very silent right now. We're all expecting the high-speed mainline session, and I was really surprised to see so many young people, so many young students. I hope that you will ride high-speed main lines in your and I hope you use them in Russia, in Europe, or in China. It was a really nice experience. You get to see picturesque landscapes while riding at a high speed. Today we're speaking about a high-speed main line Moscow-St. Petersburg. Vladimir Putin made a number of announcements on high-speed main lines. So we need to calculate it. And we're really looking forward to when this will be in effect. So we have Vladimir Kosoy here, president of the Center of Economics and Infrastructure. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for your applause. Anton Kochelayev, chief producer of the Komsomolskaya Pravda project. We also have Alexei Fersov, general manager of the Social Projects Center platform. Alexander Machevsky is going to take part in the discussion, senior vice president of the Federal Development Corporation, Vnesheconom Bank. We also have Daria Topilska here, director of Director of Department of Communications and Information Policy, Locotech group of companies. And then we have a person from Russian University of Transport, Oleg Pokusayev, head of Directorate on New Products and Technologies. So there are numerous estimates, but the project is estimated at 3.5 billion rubles. So we are saying it's too expensive. Why do we have enough money for other projects, but for the high-speed main line, we don't have enough money? Well, I wouldn't be so categoric while assessing this project. Only those projects that have been put to the projection stage become operational. If we don't reach the stage when there is a real estimate, then it is unlikely that the project will come to fruition. In spite of all the problems, we are moving fast with regard to high-speed trains. We're moving more slowly with regard to slower trains. So it has to do with constructing the railway Moscow-Nizhny Novgorod-Kazan, the railway that we're speaking less about now. Well, how about passenger traffic? How about effectiveness? We need to understand what effect we're speaking about. It's not that we are creating a new transportation service, but it allows the passenger to develop, to learn. As far as the Moscow-St. Petersburg main line, I don't see any contradictions here. If we speak about the Russian Railways plans, we have a program for the development of high-speed trains. Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Kazan, and Moscow, St. Petersburg, they run parallel to each other. But maybe it's better to finish one project first and then finish the other. I'm a little scared with the number of initiatives in the area of high-speed trains. We need to complete those projects that we've started first. Moscow, St. Petersburg, it is one of the key areas for transport connections in this country. And everyone knew even before that there is enough passenger traffic. We have the Sepsan high-speed train. Everyone sees the effect, and everyone knows that the restrictions to its development is not lack of passenger traffic, but lack of sufficient infrastructure to ensure its regular operation throughout the day. And we have similar restrictions with regard to the construction of the Moscow-St. Petersburg main line. We are expecting a live discussion. Mass media is the fourth branch of power. It has been known for a long time, but do you have a feeling as a journalist that there may be a problem that we as journalists may distort the picture about what high-speed main lines will provide us with? As Vladimir said, lack of infrastructure. Some people speak about lack of competencies. Some people say, where will we get rolling stock? HR, again. What is the role of the mass media here? And do they do enough for raising awareness with regard to this issue?
Thank you very much. Actually, I have a feeling that the media do not talk about this at all at the moment, because while the project has not started yet, there are a lot of different things which seem to be more important to journalists. But of course, that's the wrong understanding. It's the media that should form the agenda, but our media answer by passing this role on to the public, because there is demand for positive news in the public. And based on our experience of covering another large infrastructure project, we had enough time to ride this wave. And now we are trying not to fall from this wave, because it's a pretty big wave. So there has been a project in which you were involved, and you can see the positive reaction right now. Yes, it's from the people who follow this. They provide positive feedback. For example, the Moscow-St. Petersburg high-speed line was really expensive, and there is a project of quality car roads that's at least 4 trillion rubles. And we had a lot of doubts as to whether people will listen to us, whether people will ask questions to our guests. And our guests were ministers, prime ministers, or deputy prime ministers, and heads of major transport companies. And we doubted in vain, because right now there are a lot of people who want to ask a question, because this is a national project, which is a priority project. And it was fulfilled in several dozens of mega cities, and people are really interested in knowing what's happening. They want to know why this section of the road was chosen and not that one. And the media's role in this situation is to provide objective information about what's happening with the roads in this case. And secondly, to do this as fast as they can, because where there is no clear or objective information commented by industry professionals, there are a lot of fake news. And then these fake news just turn into really weird questions. And it's the president of the country who has to answer those questions at the end of the day. So you told us about the objectiveness of this information. Maybe there is no clear understanding, or there are no people who would be ready to answer those questions while understanding them quite well. Yes, that's one of the reasons, because based on our understanding of the Moscow-Kazan high-speed line project, we published a lot of materials, and our readers asked us questions. Why do we use the beam technologies? Why do we use the Chinese ballast-free technology and not a European or a Russian technology? There are many questions like this. There are very clear and precise answers to those questions, because these decisions are taken by professionals for the benefit of the country. We just need to answer those questions. Anton, you mentioned the Russian President Vladimir Putin, and indeed, a question was asked about uh, the Moscow-Kazan railway, and a question was asked to the president of Russia. So, do you believe that you need to write about this project? Do you need to understand who can talk about this project and when? Because we haven't finished this project yet. Well, we are already writing about high-speed lines. I'm sorry, Anton. You are writing about high-speed lines. Is there feedback in the social media? Yes, of course. When we published a long read about what this high-speed line is going to be, when we showed the models of all the new stations, when we showed what the new districts are going to look like, we got a lot of comments in the media, a lot of feedback. People are really interested in this. So why didn't you continue? Why there is no project for road cars? People want to know this. Well, right now there is no implementation. As soon as the project is started, it will be covered in the media. Okay, that's clear. Alexei, I want to ask you about social expectations or expectations from the public. People have a lot of questions about what this high-speed line is going to be, what the technological solutions are going to be. So are there high expectations from the public, or are they vague because the coverage is not perfect in the media? So is the public ready? Are people ready to use high-speed lines today, even though they are more expensive than ordinary trains? Good afternoon, dear friends. If we look at the public as sociologists, there are two contradictory aspects here, or controversial aspects. First, people need this image of the future saturated with projects and specific solutions. And of course, high-speed lines are part of this image of the future, because the Chinese have those high-speed lines. The Europeans have them. There's huge progress there, and we are outsiders in Russia. On the other hand, people are tired from rhetorics. So if we draw this future in terms of projects that are not based on the present, it's like some kind of white noise. You can speak about it as long as you want, but people will not respond. But wait, there is a great video, and our colleagues just said that there are some beautiful stations, it's really visual, and people who use this on the internet, who read this on the internet, can be really enthusiastic. So why are there these negative expectations? Because Mr. Putin, Mr. Akimov keep telling us about high-speed lines. Well, maybe I heard you wrong, but this topic can be supported based on a certain dialogue, but we often hear that, well, people talk about something, but are they heard? Does it impact our perception of the future? I'm a skepticist here because the population is tired of rhetorics. They need facts. There is a shortage of real facts of what has really been done. So the population are not experts. When we ask the public, do you like high-speed lines? 99% of people in the street will say, of course, we like them. Why shouldn't we like them? But then we are trying to catch the public by some random emotions with respect to a serious project. So I would like to view this from a different angle in terms of what's happening with the cities, with people in the long term. When those projects finally start working, how are they going to be perceived? Right now, we perceive cities as some dots on a map, except for the Russian Federation, which is a huge country. But specific cities are just dots and points on the map, and there are some suburbs and so on. Are the cities going to be the same in 10 or 20 years? Probably not. They will probably be nodes in the network connecting all those cities together. And in this logic, this picture will be treated differently. Maybe we don't really need this locally, but as we see how urbanism changes, those high-speed lines are becoming a necessity. Of course, we need them in this new urban paradigm. The second point, we can see that people are becoming more mobile. Mobility is going to grow. So how does it grow? It's not necessarily business mobility. Actually, business people will travel less because of the development of digital technologies. Digital technologies will give them a sufficient effect of presence, but there will be another type of mobility. The economy of impressions will grow, and we need the high-speed lines in this context. So on the first stage, there is a threat to specific cities because this pendulum migration will grow. People will start leaving cities and go into bigger cities. Of course, that's a risk. Let's take the city of Ivanova. A high-speed line opened there, and I've been talking to the Ivanova administration, so the result was even more migration, pendulum migration towards Moscow. But this is just the first effect, and there will be another effect. After a while, people will get tired of megacities, and then a trend will arise in Russia that already exists in European countries. People will go from big cities to smaller cities, but they need infrastructure to get fast to a big city, because this is where we have transport hubs, theaters, cinemas, and entertainment centers. So I believe that right now, ordinary people can't assess those trends. We need to look at the future. Okay, so the public are not experts. There are contradictions here, or contradictory opinions. So, do you agree that we need to scale high speed lines up? Do we need to build new lines? And what is more important here, the social effect of these projects or the financial side of them? Well, I'm talking here as an expert, but when you become part of a big project, your agenda becomes big, and you have big goals, you think big. The previous speaker said that there is not enough attention to high-speed lines at the moment from the general population. But when we talk big, it's also about big criticism. 90% of people will say that they need high-speed lines, but 10% will say they don't need it. But those 10% are the most audible ones. They are heard the best by journalists. Whenever we have a big agenda, and we learned those lessons from the past, people ask us, why aren't you developing Russia's Far East? As soon as we started developing Russia's Far East, people asked us, why do you spend money on that? Maybe you steal money, maybe it will all collapse, and there will be the same noise around high-speed lines. But you know, there are a lot of new media right now. But the traditional lively discussion with journalists is still vital. Whenever you start discussing it with the journalists on an ordinary basis, the whole information picture changes. You should be ready for the following. When we built a bridge in Vladivostok, before this bridge, you needed to wait 90 minutes or 2 hours in traffic jams. So when we started building this bridge, there was a lot of criticism. It all started like this: you'll never complete this bridge. And then when we started this bridge, they said it will be another Potemkin village. They will just steal all the money. And when we started building supports for the bridge, people said they will steal everything. When we almost completed this bridge, everyone said it's going to collapse. And then there was a fire. The bridge was not on fire, actually, because it was made of concrete. It was the wooden supports that was set on fire. So it was just a small local fire. But journalists were really happy. They were gloating. And when it turned out that the bridge was not damaged from the fire, no journalists called us. And I heard from a journalist, I asked one journalist, why aren't you asking us about the bridge? And they didn't care. Question, well, you know, there is a lot of criticism in Germany with respect to Deutsche Bahn, the German railways. How about the bridges in Crimea, in Vladivostok? It's also about big politics. So maybe there is no understanding that we need this. So we don't really see the difference even today in 2019 between rapid lane railways and high-speed railways. Actually, the government, the leadership of the country understands it very well. We need to explain it to the ordinary public. When we talked about our new railways in Moscow, journalists told us, you will never get the money back. But actually, we need to shift the focus. It's not only about informing and awareness building, it's about interpreting facts, about highlighting our goals. The goal is not to get the money back in this case. The goal is to develop the economy, because the quality of life, the standards of living rise when we build a new high-speed line. We create businesses, we create jobs. Territories become more beautiful. When you explain it to journalists and experts, people start to understand. People start writing about it, or at least they will not criticize us. So this criticism in the media isn't about whether those projects should be completed or not. Of course, those people are not professionals. When you ask any person, do you want to go fast on a train? Of course, they will say yes. When you start a project, any government authority should take a decision. And it's not just about taking a decision. It's about destroying the very notion or the very idea that you are weak. Because when you start this information process, you start going from door to door. You lead this process. You explain things to journalists. You set the focus, and people start understanding. You will always get criticism and negative feedback, but you should also have positive feedback. You can never fight negative feedback. You should win a positive one. So, do you just need to start building and stop this discussion? Well, the discussion will go on. You just need to start building, regardless of the comments on the media. Because whenever there is a big project, there is always a big discussion. And sometimes this discussion is not about real specific facts. And sometimes people believe this criticism. It's a Facebook generation. People live on Facebook, and when you switch Facebook off and go live, you can see that real concrete bridges are built. So any journalist should just explain this to the public. And actually, there is no negative feedback with respect to high-speed lines. It's just a myth. We just need to move on with the projects.
You said you just need to start construction. Are there any companies that can build high-speed lines in Russia? And if not, then where are we going to get help? The People's Republic of China? Well, I wouldn't be the right person to ask this question. We are going to service these lines. All right. Let's rephrase the question. Are there any technology? Can you support these lines? Because first of all, we're speaking about people, HR, that we need to get and maintain. Because we have a lot of anxiety whenever we hear about these projects. Those who are going to execute this project with their hands. So what's most important here is how we collect these people, how we keep them, how we motivate them. There is the word social aspects in the name of the session. So anything social can greatly contribute to it. The Logotech company experienced very serious organizational changes. And it was about reforming the Russian railways, outsourcing some of our work. So we did a lot of work, really, to maintain the HR potential of the industry. So the slogan, the motto that we should write everywhere is you need to talk to people. I fully agree with Alexander Machevsky on this. Whenever you transfer to outsourcing, whenever we did that, there was a lot of negative feedback from our employees, a lot of comments, a lot of negative remarks. And what we did was not working with reviews, but working with them so that we improve our communication with them whenever they cannot get answers to their questions. Was like a scream on our part, as if we were crying so that everyone could hear us. We have a project in the area of social responsibility. Heroes should come around. So we motivated people, and we wanted to show them that we are really concerned about them, that we really care, what they think, how they treat others, and how they treat what's around them. And there are a lot of people who really care. There are a lot of people who, at the end of their shift, when they leave their clothes and their lockers, they go help others, donors, families with many children, and there are lots of people like that. The project is now beyond the scope of the company. So it has gone beyond the boundaries of our company, and it allows us to keep a very high level of HR involvement and to maintain our team. The colleagues said that there will always be somebody who's unhappy. There will always be somebody who is against. And if the involvement level shows 100 level of involvement, then it has been made up. 73% involvement is a good number. So you have to deal with these people. You have to continue to speak with them. Thank you very much, Daria. You mentioned volunteers. Once you're here with us, we held the FIFA World Cup. We held the Sochi Olympics. So volunteers proved efficient. Can they become a tool? Can they provide assistance for implementing large infrastructure projects? We spoke about social adjustment. What role can volunteers play in such projects? It is good that Daria spoke before me because it was a good transition to my presentation. Let's define the terms. Are we speaking about the World Cup or the Olympic Games or large infrastructural projects like Moscow Central Ring, for example? Well, volunteers can be of great help here. And the FIFA World Cup showed very good results. Why is it important for the government? There are two main areas. Area one is reduction of the burden onto the funds. You don't need to pay salaries to volunteers. And the second reason is, they're fulfilling their desire to help. I mean, they just want to help others. You asked me to speak about my experiences. Adult volunteers working at the Russian railways projects. It was a very good example of the companies of doing what the company wants them to do and helping those people who came for something else. Because it may be difficult for large companies, for government monopolies. With Aeroflot, we have an opportunity to donate our frequent flyer miles to the poor, to help to do it for charity. Can a company with its corporate volunteers fit into federal projects? Yes, it can. But there are restrictions. What does business want? It wants control. Why? Because it is responsible for the quality of their product. And when the company fits into a broader project, it needs to fit into somebody else's agenda, what Alexander called large programs. Whether we're speaking about the Olympic Games or the FIFA World Cup or any other project. The level of control decreases, which means that the company cannot guarantee the level of quality. So the quality of volunteers should be high enough. So it looks real bad when the person comes and there's nothing for him to do. He will never participate in volunteer projects anymore. And moreover, he will tell others about it. Well, bring up a few examples. Bring up those examples that really worked. Well, let me tell you about Russian examples, not international examples. For example, the OMK company. Now, it works well when the company has a wide presence in certain regions. What do they do first? Corporate volunteer projects in their regions of presence. The Russian Railways operates in 64 regions of Russia. So it's really ubiquitous. It really covers the whole territory of Russia. What does the OMK do with its corporate programs? They've selected a number of areas, children, children, poor families, environment. Vix is a small city, and the development of social entrepreneurship. If we speak about the Norilsk Nickel Company, difficult regions in the north of Russia, what do? They develop urban spaces, and they also coined the term in the area of social responsibility, such term as, happiness. I cannot understand how they do it, but they assess the level of happiness of their employees and the level of happiness of the population of the cities where they have their plants. While listening to all of you, I got two more. I got another question to Vladimir and for Vladimir and for Alexander. Well, if we spoke about business, well, it is difficult for the government to part with the money because it's the money that was paid by taxpayers. Well, if we make it into a concession, is it going to move faster? Well, I would put it a little differently. We always try to turn a budget idea into a concessionary idea. Well, for one, there's one simple reason. A high-speed main line has never been constructed with private money. And I don't think Russia's going to come up with an exception here. If we speak about how the project should move forward, then it should be moving forward in accordance with the national priorities. We should move hand in hand with the plans that have been developed. And Alexei Yevkorovich spoke about it yesterday when he reproached the government for continuously complicating procedures. So the federal investments were extracted from the economy, and this problem has been accumulating for many years. Well, Kudrin's not there yet. We don't know what he would say if he was in the government right now. Alexander, well, if business was one of the organizers of the project, would it be the same or would it be different? Well, there are different business structures and there are different government structures. There are government structures that work really fast, and sometimes they're working faster than business structures. But a concession, well, you operate in time and space. And space and time, limit you. So when they were constructing the Rossiya hotel, they dismantled it, and then it turned out that there are that they need to dig it because it is valuable from the point of view of archaeology. There are valuable things there. Well, in your practice, Anton, from the viewpoint of sociology, did you ever have an experience when they told you, 3 trillion rubles? Isn't it too expensive? Are people? Alexei, question for you. There are different levels of income, so you cannot compare St. Petersburg and Nizhny Novgorod. And here we're speaking about 1.5 trillion rubles, and it's not really important for them how this money is spread over. Have you had an experience with it? Fortunately, right now, we have fewer people who say that 1.5 trillion rubles or 4 trillion rubles should be divided equally among, everyone. And there are more people who want to know what this money is going to be spent on. We always have this question. Well, I need to rush because there is I'm going to have an interview with the head of the traffic police right now. If we want to form a positive agenda, it's not possible to do it without the mass media. We need to make sure that the population is loyal, and the mass media will add, protection for you from some, negative questions, from some negative feedback. So sometimes they do hype for its own sake. And a very short comment on the colleague's words about experts, about people not being experts. All of the regions are saying that they are working actively with the public, that they provide them with an opportunity to supervise the works. And I also had this thought, how can a person understand it if he's not an expert? Whether the cement here is good or not, whether it's the right grade. So yesterday I spoke with a member of the government and I asked him, does it make sense? I was thinking that he would tell me, doesn't make sense, and he said, well, it's an unpleasant part of our work, but goddamn, we need to do this because it allows us to refocus on whether we are doing the right thing. And those people who ask this question, they got an answer, and they are opinion leaders in their small cities, so they will go ahead and tell others that everything is all right. Alexandra, you wanted to say something? Well, how does it all start, a large project? There's a big boss who comes around and says, well, this is how we're going to do this. Then there is a press conference and an information campaign that starts. But it is becoming risky because we need to prepare the public more diligently, more carefully. Such projects as Vladivostok, as renovation, as large-scale railway projects, we can use non-standard ways, discussion platforms. Before you make an announcement, you create a discussion within society itself. You have the Russian Union of Entrepreneurs. You have different discussion platforms. And when people say, yes, we need this, then you can take those opinion leaders, work with them, so that it's not your agenda, but their agenda.
Повестка.
And it should be a common agenda, and then you can start taking official decisions. Thank you, Alexei. Now, let's get back to talking about money. Is it important for people to understand why such and such amount of money was paid? Well, what I'm going to say about money is as follows. When we talk about the positioning of high-speed lines, we need to mention what particular type of high-speed lines we are offering. There's the Western model, according to which high-speed lines are monetized. And there is the Chinese model. Money doesn't play such an important role there. The connectivity is more important for China. They need to get connected to their provinces. And these are two different approaches. And all of that affects money and the cost of transport after that, and the involvement of business and so on. As far as I could understand from public discussions in Russia, there is no clarity as to which high-speed line model we want to create. And this affects further reaction from the public. When we talk about 1.5 trillion, the public doesn't understand that. They understand that it's a lot, but they can't even understand how much it is. It just means a lot, and it means that something will be stolen. The question is how much will be stolen in this ecosystem. So earlier, we had the following study. we try to assess for how much money the population is ready to ensure their life. It's about the cost of a flat. That's the maximum that is set. So I believe that the population doesn't really understand numbers. We usually give numbers, but the population doesn't understand numbers. It's the problem of mega projects. We need to convince people via social effects, via some private fates. Of course, the personal price or personal tariff is much more important for them. Just explain to a person how much it will cost to get to St. Petersburg for businesses, for ordinary people. There should be a personal approach. They need to understand this project via the private or personal fate of people. So we have high-speed lines even in third world countries, such as Morocco. What was their way? Did they create platforms? Did the experts discuss whether they needed to spend this money or not? Did they explain why they spent this money? Because usually, sometimes there is a budget for the project, but then it costs more money because of inflation or other things. Was there a referendum in Morocco? Why are there high-speed lines in Morocco and not in Russia? Well, I will not say that they have everything and we have nothing. Talking about the history of big, large-scale projects. Even SNCF, the French railway employees, could not take a decision for 17 years and disregarded the line between Paris and Lyon. And this was a very successful project. As soon as it started, everything proved to be very good there, and there were less successful projects there. Let's talk about this tunnel, undersea tunnel between Great Britain and France. Right now, no one doubts its necessity, but it was a really excruciating project, like the Suez Channel, with exceeding the budget greatly. So there are risks behind any project, and we think too much about those risks, both on the level of the population and on the level of the government, because we are scared of major infrastructure projects. And it's not only about high-speed lines. Whenever we talk about social aspects, it's not like us diving into a dark abyss. We understand very well how communication works between Moscow and St. Petersburg, and it can be counted. We understand how Moscow is connected with St. Petersburg. We know that it takes just 4 hours to get from the center of Moscow to the center of St. Petersburg by plane. We know that after the M11 road starts, we can get between those two cities within 8 hours. So high-speed train, that's 4 hours. A plane, that's 4 hours. A car takes 8 to 11 hours. That's one communication model. And if there is a possibility to get from one city to another city within 2 or 2.5 hours, that's completely different, because you can go to one city in the morning and get back home in the evening. Right now, there is no such a possibility, and the high-speed line should connect Moscow and St. Petersburg in this way, in such a way to address this social problem, and this will result in great increase in passenger traffic. Thank you. Oleg, I have a question to you. There is a social issue of communication, there is a plethora of problems, but are there any difficulties for those who are going to work at high speed lines? Do we have enough competences? Maybe we need to send people to China so that they learn how high speed lines work. What's the media's point in this? Hello, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate everyone because we are celebrating 210th anniversary of Russian transport and transport education. So just 210 years ago, Russia thought about whether to build high-speed lines or not. And the discussion was very similar to what we are having now. And then some universities appeared training people for those transport projects. Over the recent decades, we are training people for the current operation of transport, and high-speed lines are about development, progress, and this is what I would like to focus on. This transport system of education and transport are one single unity or entity. If you look into the mirror in the morning and think, I need to develop, I need to work out. So the person who looks into the mirror and the person who is reflected in the mirror are going to develop together. If you want to develop your body, you need to work out in the gym. If you want to develop your intelligence, you should read books. And high-speed lines are about development. And it's not just the development of a specific high-speed line. It's the development of the power sector, of the industry, of services, new approaches, and so on and so forth. So when we measure high-speed lines with purely operational and financial indicators, we might think that these projects are not efficient enough. But when we look at those projects as development projects, we can see that the effects from those projects would be comparable to what we got 210 years ago. Talking about universities, they are ready to train personnel because universities will try to develop hand in hand with development projects. We have a project for developing the Moscow transport system, and universities are ready to meet this need. Whenever there is a task to create a new system, universities and colleges will be willing to fulfill this demand, to satisfy it. What has changed? We can see that we are globally competitive. Our transport systems used to be close enough, and our transport education systems were quite limited. And right now, international competition is growing, but it stimulates universities for further development. So high-speed main lines are just as necessary for universities as universities for high-speed main lines. It's like with beam technologies, you know. Do we need beam technologies in construction? Well, at the first stage, it's about additional investment. It will make projects more expensive, but at the end of the day, this results in fewer mistakes, in faster construction, in lower costs. As soon as this project starts, it will be reflected as in the mirror in the curriculars and of universities. But this is a very complex project. Just one specifying question, if I may. If other countries have it, you, as a leading transport university of Russia, are you ready to work together with them, or are you going to reinvent the wheel and think about how to do this. So are you going to learn from other universities? You do have student exchange with China or with Europe. So do you have this interaction for high-speed lines, or are you going to look for your unique way? Well, it's a question to the project as a whole, not just universities. This is about integration with the global community. And I think it's impossible to build a high-speed main line based on purely Russian experience, because high-speed main lines are already built abroad, and our personnel policy will be the same. High-speed main line, it's a railway after all. It's a system of rails and wheels. We have experience in building railway transport. We understand how the railway roadbed is designed. But it's another matter that those technologies that we borrow from abroad today, construction technologies, modeling technologies, data standards, should certainly be integrated with foreign systems. So we are going to work together with Chinese universities and European universities, because Chinese universities take a lot from European ones, as it turns out. So we don't always need to go to a Chinese university to understand what the Chinese took from the Europeans. Thank you, Oleg. And when we talk about new communications, you've said that there will always be a negative feedback whenever there is a new project. So is it good that new technologies result in such negative feedback? And what about this communication you mentioned? Do experts always need to communicate with ordinary people in order to explain to them that it's going to be a good thing? Because right now there are a lot of questions to high-speed main lines, and there are negative responses or comments. So do we need to build this dialogue? What do you think? If we talk not about the public as a whole, but if we talk about employees that service high-speed lines, of course we need to build this dialogue. It doesn't mean that the CEO should talk to everyone, but it means that at every station, at every department, there should be the right communication on an eye-to-eye basis or face-to-face basis. Even though high-speed main lines are not built yet, the speeds are faster. The world is changing every day, and it is impossible to ignore those fast communication channels, such as messages, Telegram, Facebook, anything. All that exists, and we understand that every employee at our company can be a brand ambassador, or that cat that damaged the reputation of Aeroflot so much, because every person with negative feedback can get a lot of audience. We will not even have time to respond. It's a matter of minutes. So we need to have preventive policy. We need to understand what people have in mind, what concerns them, what emotions might pile up in concrete teams. We need to work with that on a permanent basis. We can't ignore that. Just one comment about involvement as a whole. It's not just about communications. Why do we go to work? Even if some of you thought about money, just think for another couple of minutes. Along with money, there are many other motivators that attract you. It's not just about salary. It's also this possibility to do what you like to do, what you do well. This is your satisfaction from your job, from your career opportunities and development. This is what we monitor all the time. We do annual social surveys, and this development and training is something we can do even now, and we are doing that. And whenever we have these huge infrastructure projects, we should pay a lot of attention to that. We have a corporate university that has developed dozens of retraining programs. It doesn't mean that the education system can't handle this. Universities do their job well, but we also have personnel to retrain. We have working groups, and we resolve this problem by ourselves. We motivate people. We retain them. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are concluding our discussion. Just a couple of questions to each participant, please. These are rhetoric questions. Anton, who is to blame and what to do? These are the two traditional questions for Russia. So I will ask every participant those questions. Well, the final decision by the head of state has not yet been taken. High-speed lines require a lot of government money. So you do count money. Of course, we count money. We are Russia's citizens. We also want to know what this money is going to be spent on. There is no high-speed line because the final decision is not taken. What to do? We need to wait for the decision to be taken, and we need to start working with the public right now by explaining to them that those high-speed lines are Russia's chance to make a giant leap in infrastructure development, in improving the standards of living. And I don't want to scare anyone, but we don't have so many chances left. Thank you. Alexei. Well, our country is too centralized in order to say what to do, because whatever we say here, decisions are only taken in one single center. But we might want to look at this process from the positions of the future and not the present. And lagging behind is also good because you can catch up. Digitalization is the same thing here. We could start later, but we could consider some things which were not considered in the first projects. And I would also like to connect high-speed lines to real fates of ordinary people. We need to take a more down-to-earth approach. We need to look about it from the point of view of the speaker.
It was elegant, but it was the answer to the second part of the question. How about the first? Who is to blame? Well, the decision-making system in the Russian Federation, to be brief. Tatiana? Well, I will have to speak about it too. All right. About the Moscow Central Ring. Who is to blame and what shall we do? Well, volunteers are not integrated into it. And what do we do with that? How do we include volunteers in there? Well, let me say a few things about high-speed main lines. Well, you know something about blogosphere. What is the population afraid of? They are afraid of the reduction of quality standards in a certain area. There will be improvement for the first horizon of planning, as Alexei said. Well, I'm not going to speak about anything. I'm not going to say anything about theft, but you understand what I mean. And the third thing that scares population is the rigidity of the companies that go into the regions, how they interact with community. Because what Alexander was saying, the population is not the target audience. Let's just go ahead and start and speak about it along the way. And I think it's bad from my point of view. This communication should be two-way. It shouldn't be just one way. I'm not gonna say anything about volunteers. Who is to blame? Visualize it, describe it in words. All right. I think that absence of professional communication with the interested community is to blame. And the issue of price, I go to the countryside by car, but sometimes I take the train, the electric train, and when they charged me 280 rubles, I had to think about it, let me tell you. All right, who's to blame and what shall we do? Well, dear colleagues, I said a totally different thing. I spoke about discussion platforms even before the project started. I spoke about business formats, people formats, blogosphere. So you have interpreted me incorrectly. I also spoke about the necessity of communication with journalists at all stages. Well, maybe I was not specific enough, but I said that we always need to communicate with everyone, and only then the project will move ahead at full steam. Who is to blame? I want to go away from this question. No, please respond. Well, if you as soon as you start to look for who is to blame, then the project is immediately put to a halt. I mean, you start to, ruminate about it. You're going into the philosophical plane. What shall we do? We should just go ahead and start construction. You know how it was with the Sapsan train. Everybody was telling us, it's not going to move. It will not work. So let's get rid of this who is to blame question. And what shall we do? We should get down to work. Work with the population. Go to the government, explain it to them why we need this. People in charge of volunteers should attract volunteers to this project. I work at different forums, and I see volunteers at work. I was at the Pacific Region Organization Summit in 2019. So, mentorship is still there. I mean, we can use this system of mentorship. Well, is it a problem? Will we have high-speed main lines? Yes, we will. Vladimir, you said that it's not all too bad. There is a large project is developing, but who is to blame that we don't have a speed of 450 kilometers per hour? And what shall we do with it in the next few years and maybe in the next few decades? Well, I have a jocular way of handling this question. Siemens and the Russian railways are to blame because at some point they came up with an intermediary technology. So they reduced the speed to 50 and started with the Sapsan train. So it was a temptation to stop at it for some people because it's not bad indeed. It was a joke. It was a joke. But if we take it seriously, then I fully join Alexei Leonidovich Kudrin in what he was saying. We just need to meet our objectives. If there is another expert coming to the president and the president makes an announcement of it, it's not a reason to stop. It's not a reason to turn away from what has been authorized by documents, including the president's decrees. And speaking about what we shall do is, we just should get down to work. We should get started. If the president said that he received a letter from Mr. Belizarov, general manager of Russian Railways and the acting governor of St. Petersburg, with the proposal of constructing a high-speed main line Moscow-St. Petersburg. We shouldn't, stop doing other things. We shouldn't discontinue other things. If we want to start another project in parallel, it's not a reason to go from one side to the other, to hesitate. We've discussed work with population a lot, but we shouldn't move ahead of the steaming train. We will have to deal with this issue when we will have the land issue, when we will have to take possession of the land along the line. But the population treats the idea of this high-speed main line positively. When we will have to take possession of certain plots of land, it may change, but this is what Daria was speaking about. Okay, so how will you respond to this? Mariana, you are provoking me. This is my role. Well, who said that there is someone to blame? If the project is not moving at a pace that we wanted to move at, it doesn't mean that there is somebody to blame. It just means that that there are certain things that we need to take into consideration, and we shouldn't rush and blame somebody. The project has been implemented in stages and on time. I didn't believe that they will build a bridge in Vladivostok. I saw it taking place. We placed we placed bets. We used rulers to measure the points, how they were coming together. We thought that it would burn down or break. You can get to the Russian island now. You don't need to wait for a ferry, and there are storms in Vladivostok, and so everything is moving as it should. Well, let me rephrase the question. Is the Russian transport science to blame that we don't have a high-speed main line yet? And what is going to do in the next 210 years for a high-speed main line to come around? Well, very briefly. Measure once and measure twice and cut once. We should forget this proverb. The transportation science is going to develop on the condition that we start to do something. Dear colleagues, thank you all very much. I think that we've discussed all of the aspects of the future high-speed main line. So Alexander said that we're going to have it. What's important is that we ride comfortably and fast. We can't wait to see it, but it is important to understand how much we're going to pay for it. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Your eyes were clear and bright. Thank you.